Hello everyone! How is it? I've got to set the webcam. How's everyone doing today? Hello to both Zen and Bubba Lubba. Good to see you both in chat. Hope you've all had a wonderful weekend. And hopefully have a wonderful week ahead of you. But how are you both doing? It is nice to see you both. And also, how is everyone else in chat doing today? I gotta turn down my headphones. That is very loud in my ear and I didn't realize it. Sounds suspiciously happier than usual. Well, for starters, I went, like, it shouldn't be affecting me just yet. Over the weekend, I did go to the doctors. I talked to them about feelings that I was having, essentially things that I mentioned at the end of the last stream. I was given low dosage medicine and was told this will start to take effect in about 2 to 4 weeks. You won't feel immediate results. I feel like I'm feeling immediate results. So, I'm feeling a little bit happier, I guess. I've also given myself a different outlook. I'm trying to be less stressed about streams. As you may have seen, my schedule, instead of saying the specific games, it's just games. Because, I don't know, some weeks, some days I was sitting there going, hey, you know what? I'm going to have to play a specific game. Let's say Skyrim tonight. I'm like, oh, I don't want to play that. I want to play something else. So I'm trying to just be a bit more freeform. See how it goes. It might be well, and it might explode in my face. But only one way to truly find out. Week's off to a decent start. Managed to make it to Windward Fort with possibly the best encounters I could hope for. Crystal and 2 Wilders, my starters, then Tataru, Saku, Genki, and Platypus. Those are some pretty good Temtem. I did hear, like, I may need to look at the rules for the Nuzlocke, but if your first encounter is a double battle, you can capture them both, which would make things both easier and harder. I'd be terrified of killing the wild ones. Like, last week, I actually loaded up Temtem thinking, alright, the game's got to be updated now. Because, I don't know, I thought it was updated already. Then when I saw it was, I just went, alright, we'll give myself a week. Updated it the other night, but I just haven't touched it yet. I probably will touch it tomorrow, see how it is. Forces single battles for your first 2. Interesting. I am looking forward to seeing what it's like. I'm going to swap screens over now. So, as you may have probably... Actually, no, I haven't actually posted it as what I'm planning. I have actually finished the career mode in this game in the past. As you can probably tell by my 190 stars and 6,000. I finished this game last year before I started streaming. Mainly because I was trapped in a caravan without a proper desk. So I wanted to play games that I could kind of shift around, like lay down on my side, lay down on my belly. I couldn't really sit up because it is impossible to sit straight up on a bed and play a PC game. But what I've been looking forward to is Midgar update. Now, I feel like it's just going to be these 2 areas. It could be more. I don't really know. But let's... Alright, that's rewatch. Sorry. There's gonna be more than just that. Oh, look at the wrong menu. Now, I don't think the game has music, and because of that... Well, for starters, it is eerily quiet. And that's why I have the OST ready. Because what better music to listen to than the Final Fantasy music? I also adore the fact that... Oh, you have the bike and the car. Well, let's start with the bike. From Reeve. As you're new to Midgar, let me say a few words by the way of introduction. I'm also just gonna... This is already so low. Director of Urban Planning, responsible for the design of the entire city, including its heart, the Shinra building. Oh, I didn't have enough time to finish reading that. I just thought it'd be fun to just play this. Something a little more relaxed. I mean, I know I should return to Skyrim. And I might return to it. I mean, Skyrim is pretty fun. I do enjoy it. But I just give myself a little bit of time off. A little bit of time to relax. And this music makes me feel very heroic. Now, for those who haven't played the game's story before, an organization run by Lord President Shinra is split into 5 divisions: urban planning, space and aeronautics, advanced weaponry, research and development, and another thing that I didn't have enough time to read. But there is... Oh my goodness, the music just gets louder and louder. There is a story to this game, surprisingly enough. I won't spoil it in case anyone wants to play it for themselves, but there is a point to all of this. And you're given a few basic tools. To begin with, well, I guess in E, really. I have the most powerful power washer already. You have... Also, I missed Babalubba's last one. Use sense in order to push far enough into the gifted bridges to get a chance at a plating pad. Oh, that is cool. I would not have actually thought about that. That is a very smart strategy. You have different upgrades, so it's like how long you want the gun to be. I can have it extra long. You have different nozzles. And go 40 degree. And it's just a wider nozzle. Yeah, if I shoot over there, you can see it's a lot wider. If I choose 0 degree, it's a very concentrated ball. And that just helps get rid of essentially rust. And sometimes you need it to be more concentrated than anything else. But I find 25 just gets rid of most things. Especially on this one. I've been planning my encounters very carefully, and so far they've gone really well. I'm glad to hear that. I think the only time I've ever done a Nuzlocke in a game was... I think Ruby and Sapphire. I know my brother's friends at the time really wanted me to join them with a Nuzlocke because they wanted to see who could get the furthest. I believe I got to the 3rd gym and then found out that they had already both lost to the 1st. I thought, oh. Well, I guess that puts me a bit ahead of... Well, a little bit ahead of them, basically. Random lock is also cool. I did hear about the random lock where it just shuffles what's going to appear in each area. So if you're lucky, your starter might be something very powerful. But if you're unlucky, you're going to get something terrible and then face something really powerful. Supposed to get in there with some of these little bits and pieces. Also, if you press tab in this, it will highlight where some bits are like that. in there is rust. The game's kind of going, no, you need to use a more powerful nozzle. Just to get in there, clean it off. Make sure it's all nice. The music gets quiet again. As much as I love the game's music, boy, do they have some wild volumes. Like, well, volume settings. Notice the top of these are all filthy still. I also have... No, and I'm just letting me look behind me. I do have the game case right here. The Crisis Core remake for PS5. I do have it over here. I got it for Christmas and I've yet to play it. I'm thinking, you know what? Perhaps that's something I can play. If people are interested, that is. The music's making me feel way too heroic for power washing. Eye is done. Front guard has some little bits hidden. Press tab, it's not highlighting a lot. At least not from this angle. The only problem is like this piece here. It's got that little pixel left. And it can be just like that. Very small spots that you gotta clean off. Same with this rear plating is a little bit hidden. But for the music, I just found an OST online from the games. I thought, you know what? Perfect. Who wouldn't want Final Fantasy music here? I actually thought I could do what some other streamers do and start allowing others to recommend music. That's everything. It still says the rear wheel guard. There we go. If you're unlucky, you could start with a moment that only know you sharpen. Lose. Linking card on YouTube. Like, what I need to do is... It's something to do with Streamlabs or Stream Elements or something. But it's a command that people can do where it's song request. And it'll add music to a queue. Then all I need to do is open that link and it'll let me hear all the music people suggest. I'm going to have a little look into how you do that. Because I would love to hear what music everyone else is into. As long as it's nothing too... I'm trying to think of a term. Nothing too graphic. Expect either Heidegger of Public Security or Professor Hojo of Research and Development to call upon your services at some point as well. Like, I enjoy hearing what music people listen to, but if all I get is 20-hour loops of WAP, No. Due to the highly secret nature of their jobs, as well as eccentric personalities, I recommend not making any ripples, let alone waves, when working for them. Will do. Set that up, make you regret it in like 10 minutes. Okay, won't request a song. Thank you, I appreciate if you don't put in that song. Like, I have very different tastes in music to other people. And by that I mean, like, very rarely do I hear a recent song come out that makes me go, oh yeah, I love this. Rather, like, I don't want to sound like one of those people, but I enjoy songs from people that you may not usually hear about. Like, I want to turn on a radio and hear any of the music. Now onto the vehicles themselves. The motorcycle is a Hardy Daytona, highly maneuverable and powered by a company's first V-type DOHC engine. This engine is the same as those used in small aircraft, so it does 0 to 60 in I see we've already arrived. It's just way too satisfying just to see how clean this all gets. We'll have it be requesting a God is an Awesome God techno remix. Like, those sorts of songs, I'm 100% fine with. I mean, I've never heard that song before, or that mix, but it'd be interesting. I mean, I know that I see others where they have the song request feature, and I go, you know what? Here's my odd music taste. Have so-and-so fight from Final Fantasy 14. This 14 has some amazing songs. Like, nothing really dramatic like what you're hearing with 7. Also, I hope the volume levels are good. And X gonna give it to you, maybe. The mashup of X gonna give it to you with Call Me Maybe. I mean, if the mashup works, that does sound quite good. I mean, my brother showed me one mashup, which is, I think, Little Talks by, I think it's Of Monsters and Men, the band, and it's mixed with Disturbed's Down with the Sickness, and it somehow sounds good. I don't understand how, but these two very different songs work well. Also, apologies, I had to have a sip of my drink. And apologies to this car, I have to stand on it. Like, I know this is a fantasy car, but it looks fun to be able to drive. Alright, time for the back tray. I mean, this is very much just painting. Painting with water. Right, and 96% complete. Also completely forgot we had to do under the... or under these bits. Also thought I could possibly cheat there for a moment. But every time I press tab, as you can see, it just highlights anything that I'm missing. Right, clean out the exhaust. The only hard part is I'm now up to 99%, and it's like, where is left? It looks just about done to me. I know, like, for those who have finished the game, like, I'm not going to say proper spoilers, but it's like the final stage. My goodness, and these little bumps count. Okay. The final stage in the game, it's a massive thing you've got to clean. It takes you a couple hours. And this, I ended up having, I think, 3 little tiny spots that I hadn't properly cleaned. Oh, sorry, 4. So it didn't appear on the to-do list in the top left. And which license plate was it? There we go, job complete. And look at me go. I do love this little time lapse of you cleaning it all. Your dedication to your craft is everything we've heard it was. So much so, we're moving these 2 exhibits to the atrium. You have our deepest gratitude. Before I forget, after hearing my assessment of your work, Heidegger, Director of Public Security, insisted on contacting you for his own division. While it does have a tendency to come off as rough around the edges, I assure you it's a byproduct of his passion and military background. That said, his style does not mesh with everyone, so if it doesn't mesh with yours, tread lightly. Yes, this request is vastly different from our first, but think of it as proof of our trust in you. After all, we wouldn't bring someone of your caliber all this way just to wash down a few sets of dirty wheels. And it's the Scorpion Sentinel. Alright, see if I can do a good Heidegger voice. Reeve tells me you're quite the shot. Shame those skills are wasted on cleaning up literal filth instead of enemies of the state. But no matter, as head of public security, my job is to keep the city safe. And one of the most effective ways to do that is through the deployment of devastating weaponry. My Scorpion Sentinel can snuff out insurgents before they can even start reaching for their white flag. But Professor Hojo thinks his test subjects could quell riots better than a heavy weapons platform. To prove just how wrong he is, I propose a challenge for him. If one of his juiced up lab rats could even scratch my Sentinel, I'd volunteer to be his next test subject. I have no doubt my machine stood the test against his mewling varmints, but I still need the Sentinel washed down. After all, isn't that what his beloved scientific process calls for? Evidence? Gonna lurk for a while I focus on work. Have fun. Oh, good. I appreciate the luck and good luck with your work. I hope it goes well. I'm giving thumbs up and I still don't know why because you can't see my hands. Also the timing. Here we are to clean the Scorpion Sentinel. Right as the song starts. Alright, well, footage of Cloud fights it to my left. I get to clean it. Behold the Scorpion Sentinel, one of Shendra's greatest achievements in military robotics. Your identity has been stored in this database as a non-target, so stop worrying about getting shot and start scrubbing. I also realized anyone who watches the VOD will not hear the music. So, if anyone's watching the VODs, just load up some Final Fantasy VII Remake soundtrack. I guess I should do the inside of these while I'm at it. Has anyone else played through Final Fantasy VII? I'm just curious to hear everyone's thoughts on it. I absolutely loved it, but I know some people had, well, a few little issues. Yeah, I'm just always curious to hear what everyone's opinion on the game was, as well as anything, really. Oh, right, I forgot. You can pick up scaffolding. Oh, I got stuck. And basically just move it to wherever you may need it. May not sound like much, but it will come in handy. Now I went the longest time without realizing I could do that. Like, all I had was the basic ladder. And boy, did I get stuck a lot. Like, I know this is also just, like, static models. Getting myself the longer ranged one. But it's still... Okay, well, it's actually moving a little bit. Still cool to see it. Especially since this is the same model that we saw in the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And we never actually got to... Like, we got close to it because we had to battle it. But we didn't get to see it in, like, proper detail like this. Up to the 15 and go extra long range. And its little stinky pits there. Hey, if you're available, I have a job for you in Sector 7 Undercity. It's from Tifa. and you're eager to know more about the Sentinel's myriad capabilities. Of course I am, Heidegger. Please, do go on. Its tail is far deadlier than that of the creatures it's muddled after, and its 6 tapered legs let it get straight to the point, if you will. And for those craven foes who want to shoot the Scorpion at distance, it has Mark 98 cannons and Mark 99 launchers. Like, I feel like I can't really remember, honestly, but the battle against this thing was a difficult one. Also, excuse me, I'm just going to turn on the music a little bit because it's ramped up quite loud again. I don't know why it does that, but it does. There we go. Turn down the game by one bit, just because even I get annoyed with the constant noise that it does. But I just thought, why not have a very chilled, relaxed stream, just cleaning. I mean, originally tonight I was going to be playing Digimon, but I don't know, I saw this game sitting there, had the updates, and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind playing it. After all, it is fun. At least, in my opinion, it's fun. It's very relaxing, very chill. And I really wanted to see what they did for, well, this update. Clean this side. Try and get the tail as much as possible. I feel like I'm gonna have to jump on it. In reality, Heidegger's gonna, you know, kill me for jumping on his military equipment, but sometimes... Oh, I fell. Sometimes gotta do what you gotta do. Goodness, the other side's so filthy still. Wow, I can actually move the arms? I mean, it doesn't help a lot at the moment, but still. It's a very small thing that I like. I also keep going to this free aim mode just because it hurts my head so much less. I mean, the alternative is me going, and it is so much harder to aim. Whereas at least with this, I can just whoop. I feel like it's the backsides of these floors that are still dirty. But you think we would stop there? Of course not. I dare you, please don't look at me standing on this thing. I feel like you would kill me. We also outfit it with a close-range EM field and a self-repair functionality. With this bevy of features, it's nigh unstoppable. I mean, I know for a fact that, you know, Cloud stopped it. Not really unstoppable now, is it? Then again, he is a very special case. Alright, get your back all nice and clean. If I can pick up something, I'm going to assume Eddie's the scaffolding again. You know what? Let's find out. Yep, I was right. Alright, keep clean the... I could really focus more on the head and whatnot. It seems to be more important. Like, I could get the backside from any angle. And so moving the arm just quite literally helps to get into the armpits of it. Oh wait, 48% of the way done cleaning this thing. I'm sure if I did this, it'll speed it up a little. Now I'm curious. 3? Give us metal cleaner. Now this is something that I've never actually used in the game. I'm guessing fixes up a lot of it. I guess this does speed up some little bits. We receive reports of gang activity in the Sector 5 Undercity. Most likely Don Corneo's lackeys. Definitely not a fan of that guy. Don Corneo, I mean. Really consider deploying the Scorpion against them, but realize that they are the definition of small fry. Deal with the company resources to eliminate them. A much more fitting target would be those eco-terrorists that go by the name of Avalanche. And I guess this would technically count as part of the Final Fantasy VII universe now. They want to poke the bear, they had best be ready for deal with the claws. I mean, just because this is giving some insight to the characters we normally wouldn't know about. Yep, all out of metal cleaner. That was short-lived. Don't even know that's the proper way you're meant to be using it. So, judging by how many small bits are still everywhere, I'm going to assume no. That wasn't how you're meant to use it. This leg grip has got... I guess this bit here counts as part of it. There we go. That was bugging me. I thought there wasn't really anything left. Right? I'll forever play with this giant toy of mine. After all, who could resist? I also completely forgot I'm meant to... or add Tales from the Borderlands to my completed games list down below. But I've forgotten it. Let's see if I can... Not really logging onto this little bit. It says it's all finished, so I keep moving up. But as long as it's all done and clean, that's what's really important in this. Also bonked my head on the arm. I guess that'd be one confirmed kill that this thing has. Just rest in peace, Powerwash man. Bonked his noggin on a giant scorpion. That's all these bearings are so filthy. Like it's never been washed a day in its life. Right, aim down there. I mean, I definitely feel like this isn't the way you're meant to do it, but if it works, it works. Also, the only other down part is when the water gun's kind of pointed towards you like this, you move freely. But once it's out, it goes back into free mode. So when you're trying to get these tight edges, it'll keep swapping between the two modes, and it drives me insane. I mean, it probably drives viewers insane as well. Which, you know, I'm going to apologize for. And I'm not the one who designed the controls that way, but the one who plays it. And you guys are the ones that watch it. Oh, I think at the front moves. I guess I was expecting the top head to move all of that, but not both. I guess that's another little detail about this model that I've never really noticed before in the game. Up in there. Don't know why I'm moving my head around trying to see around all these little edges, but I am. I feel like we got like 50 to 70% so quick, and then took so long just to get to 75. Can I do a little cheesy jump back on top of the arm? Yes, I can. Alright, let's make it ultra close range. And also, if the game does feel too loud still, just note, this is at 2% volume. The music it's up quite a bit louder. I just remember a few years back, and by a few years I mean obviously before the bad times of this decade, there was a Final Fantasy museum which had things to do with all the games of the series. And I remember I was watching a video of two guys where they got to go to the museums, have a proper look at it all, and comment what they thought of each area. And they get to part of Final Fantasy VII, and it's designed to be the church in the slums. Like, it's got the broken floorboards, has the flowers growing, and it just has Eris theme. And all you see is like one of the guys still talked about it, going, "Oh wow, this is such a heavy hitting thing," and the other guy is just quiet. You can tell he's fighting back the tears. It's like the game did some emotional damage. It gets a song that you don't see very often in a lot of games these days. Like, I know if someone tries to make a game emotional and it's going to be sad, you go into it expecting it, and it may not affect you. Then some games where they hit you with that curveball, it doesn't hit you as much. It's kind of reliant on how well did you connect to the character. But I feel like with... Oh, amped up again. I feel like with Aerith, it was someone everyone just loved. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen or heard of a single person who's gone, "You know what, I hate Aerith. Aerith is the worst character." And it's never happened. I know in the remake there were some people going, "Oh, I didn't like the way they tried to change her up a bit," but I thought, yeah, but it still kind of fits her. Comparable to other Final Fantasy VII titles, they now have a solidified personality. Still see some little bits from the tail beam. Now hands down the antenna. Alright, wait for it to come back in. That is definitely not the way they wanted you to do that. I imagine Reed fed you some feel-good tripe about his plans for the future, didn't he? Not that I'm aware of. Oh, all the claws are separate objects. Sees the world through rose-colored glasses. But what he doesn't realize is those lenses are coated with the blood of our adversaries. After all, some of those disappear way too quick. Well, here's loss. I'm now on Reeve's side again. I mean, he only made me watch a truck and a motorbike. You have to watch no military weaponry. Risking my neck, slowly walking backwards along this thing. Oof. It's 83% done. carefully drop down. Whoop. That's the entirety of the tail done, I believe. It's just every so often, like, if I miss too many of these little tiny dots, it doesn't count as me finishing it. Other times you can get a huge bit that you've missed, and it's like, oh no, that's fine. We'll count it. It can just be very, very finicky. There we go, now I can get back up. I just want to get these undersides where I know I'm going to miss quite a bit. It's like, I know this is one of those things that people say, like, ah, oh, my first Final Fantasy game was X, and it got me into the series. It's like the first one I played, like, it was a Blockbuster. You could rent a game for a week. And my brother and I chose to rent for PS1, Final Fantasy 4 and 5, in what is meant to be an anthology set. But it was only the 2 games. I don't really understand how it was the anthology. So that's what we got. My brother wanted to play through 4, so he let me play through 5 whenever it got rented. And we'd take turns on the PlayStation, and admittedly we never got too far in the games. But it was something that I enjoyed playing. And while I always say 5 was the game that, you know, introduced me to Final Fantasy, in reality it was 7 that got me into it. I don't remember which birthday of mine it was, but I remember for one of my birthdays I got both Final Fantasy 7 and 8. I've always shared stuff with my brother. Okay. So I would play 7 and I let him play 8. You know, we'd take turns at times. It was like, alright, I'll play a little bit of 7 today, or I'll play a little bit of 8. But it's who was in charge of, like, the say. Like, if I wanted to play 7, I could play and he didn't have to be there. But if he wanted to play 7, I did have to be there. So, like, it was just the way I shared the game. It was quite nice. But I remember playing 7 a lot. And absolutely loved it. I never actually finished it back then. Unfortunately, Disc 2 got scratched. And while it would just cause a little bit of lag here or there, as soon as we went to go into space as part of the story, the cutscene that plays of the Shinra spaceship getting launched would freeze, and that was it. I could never get past that one cutscene. Young me was devastated not being able to finish that game. And it wasn't until a couple years back, or a few years back now, I actually sat down and decided to play it fully. And it was quite an enjoyable experience. I sneak my way around the arm. I feel like in here is where I need the cleaner. Ah, wells. And it's like, I know that... As I said, my brother was playing 8. And we got stuck at one certain spot. And I don't quite recall where. And then... his friend who also had it offered to give my brother his save. My brother went, oh yeah, we'll copy the save file over from one memory card to another. Not really a thing you can do these days, thinking about it. But we just copied the save file over, and it was... oh, I forget the guy's name. I keep wanting to say Laguna, but it isn't him. I think it was Irvine. The guy wears a cowboy hat. And he just joined the party. You're in the town, you gotta try and defeat... I think it was like Ida. But we didn't know that was what was happening in the story, so we were completely lost. And looking back, it's like, why would you copy the save? And it wasn't really the smartest choice. But then again, we just kind of looked at progress, like, oh wow, I can complete the game sooner. I'm going to be spending more time because I'm lost, trying to figure out where I'm meant to go next, but that doesn't matter. Because progress bar is bigger. I'm also wondering if this is going to end up having its own, like, little story. Like, is Avalanche going to try to recruit Powerwash Man? Be like, hey, would you like to help us take down Shinra? Alright. Arm's killing a little bit. Also gonna have a sip of water. Unfortunately, my medication causes dry mouth. And so I'm just need to hydrate a bit more often. Especially when I talk as much as I do. It's like, oh my goodness, it feels way too dry. Not a fan, but hopefully it goes away with time. Yep. Missed the back of it. Where am I missing on this front panel? There we go. That's $3 earned. Which, if you think about it, you don't really earn much for cleaning military weaponry. Shinra is getting one heck of a deal with this guy. I see some bits that... There we go. That's kind of what I mean. Is like sometimes it's so hard to see exactly what's missing. You got to get all the different angles. I just saw up there just start to glow again. Alright, do it from this side. The leg guard here still has a little bit. Get all the underbelly done. Don't know why I'm stopping to this side, but I just am. I feel like I need like a button that's just gonna button mash tab. Just so I can see it highlighted constantly. Also, I did try to find more, I want to say dynamic music from Final Fantasy VII, but all I could find was 2 people who had managed to get the music themselves. I mean, I get it, I'm guessing Square Enix told all the other channels, no, how dare you? Which I understand. I think Square Enix is a bit more on top of copyright stuff. I'm gonna gain theirs if I jump back up. I pick this up. Spinny, spinny, spin. Gonna press the Poke-Catch button in case anyone else is interested in the Pokemon game. %, done. The raised arm feature really does help getting to some of these spots. And the other arm? Thank you, Mr. Robot. Right, use the long range one from up here. Just help me get some of these spots that I've missed that I can now see highlight. Scrabbity, scrabbity, scrub. Oof. Scrub. There's just a little bit more inside of there that just does not. Maybe we can just pop this down here. And I think I might actually will play Crisis Core on stream soon. As I said before, like I have it. Well, got it for Christmas. Never got around to playing it. But I am a massive fan of the series. Also trying to find, and this is just an open question for anyone watching as well, trying to find DMCA-free music. Because while I have my stream timer start at about 10 minutes, or more precise, 9 minutes and 48 seconds, I wouldn't mind getting a timer for 4 minutes. Reason being, the 10-minute timer is mainly for like my main stream time. But I wouldn't mind doing some midday streams, or late night streams, or anything like that. So I kind of feel like a short timer for those would be a bit better. It allows me just to set up. I know that usual watchers won't be around. No need to set up a timer to make sure people can get in. Go back to the short range. Now what? I'm pressing tab like crazy because I apparently have more than 3 things left. Hey. Yeah. Last one is the fan belt. Alright, those are wheels. I'm still pressing it like crazy, hoping I can see something to highlight. I mean, the fan belt in my, or at least what I believe, would be around the engines. But there it is. Job complete. Ah, but look how beautiful this thing is. Just love it. The details that went into it all. Alright, let's watch the summary. The scaffolding does not appear. Ha 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 ha! As I expected. Not even a fleck of paint out of place. Couldn't ask for a better condition in which to present this to Hojo. Perhaps that smug hack needs to spend more time ensuring his specimen's combat capabilities and less turn them into macabre monstrosities. Either way, I shall relish the look on his face when I break the news. Only $150. Man, Shinrachi. He'd been having lots of trouble with Don Corneo and his grunts for a while. Last night, it took to a whole other level. They stormed into 7th Heaven unannounced, ordered the entire menu twice over, proceeded to spill it on every possible surface. I would have beat the snot out of every one of those thugs right there and then. But then, we'd have a lot more trouble on our hands than a few small-time gangsters. Anyway, my friend's daughter Marlene has been hanging out here a lot, so I want the place squeaky clean for her. I do it myself, but it's almost 0 hour on the job I've got over in Sector 1, so I need the speed of a pro. Really appreciate if you get the bar looking good as new. Thanks! Sure thing, Tifa. My goodness. This is worse than just dumping food everywhere. Look, Cloud left your sword here. Well, I guess it's gotta get started. Stop standing to the bar like this. You gonna say a bit more, Tifa? I know it's not the fanciest, but it's like home to us and our regulars. It's for people to get homemade food and escape the daily grind. And with all this wood, I don't think water would be, or like hosing it down would be the best idea. Like, this is gonna swell so badly. And take it from someone who has floorboards and has had a lot of water through their house. It swells way too quick. Like, at this point, you just replace everything. Alright. Swap to uppy downy motion. I've got an... There we go. Now the barrel's done. I was about to say, I'm getting as highly into that corner as I can. Don't know why it wasn't finishing. Even doing some of my little exploity things where you need to use the free camera. Alright, jump up here. At least the floor's coming out quite nice. Actually, go to a 25. It covers the same area at this length, but allows me to go a bit quicker. I'm also just thinking about the job. I said, oh, Don Corneo's men came and they ordered 2 of everything, and then they dumped it everywhere. Did they wait until they had 2 of everything on the tables before they dumped it everywhere? Or did they dump something on the ground and go, alright, now make me something else. Now another thing. Then another thing. I mean, either way, I'd be suspicious of how much they're ordering if they did wait till it's all on the table. The floor's slowly coming along nicer. There's some bits I need to do a bit better. Hey, it's H. Sorry, I only just saw the message come in. Going for a test tomorrow. We'll be lurking. Have fun. Oh, good. I hope you do well on your test. Also, I need an alt tab to bring Streamlabs back up on the stream. On my screen. Hey, good luck on the test. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to do well. I'm also going to have to come by your stream a bit later. Well, when you do stream next. I've been meaning to check out a few different streams, but I always seem to get the notification at the wrong time. Like, I'm getting ready for bed, and then the notification pops up saying, this person's now streaming. It's like, I need sleep. I'm sorry. The floor is getting so close to being done. And can I just... move that over here so it's just out of the way. Otherwise, yeah, we get big ladder imprint. I would love to punch those goons right in the dumb faces. Probably wouldn't even have needed any material. Speaking of which, you do know about Materia Mako, right? Absolutely not. I mean, we do. But Powerwash doesn't. Mako is the lifeblood of our planet, and every living thing on it. The ancients thankfully learned how to crystallize it, and that's what we call materia. Right over here we haven't done on the floor. I thought to myself, oh my goodness, there's so many little specks we've missed, haven't we? Change the staff area. And we're going to have to pick up all these little tiny itty bitty specks. I mean... it just blends in with the wood way too easily. So I guess I can see some bits I did miss, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess that is bad. swap over to the 15. So if we can do the skirting, it will hopefully just do the edges of the floor and unlock it that way. You know what? High pressure. Hello, clearing skies. I'm having a good night. I'm feeling a lot better. We're playing the Final Fantasy 7, like the Midgar DLC for this game, so we have to go with the Final Fantasy music. Also, which wall should I do it on? You know what? Go from here. I apparently cleaned something while doing this. I can spell my name. I mean, I'd offer to do other names, but it's like... I hope I spelled it right. I mean, I would suggest playing Powerwash Simulator myself. But if you were to do that, you may have to change your name from Clearing Skies to Cleaning Skies. I'm sorry. But it's just such a relaxing game. Well, mostly. Like, I got these little specks on the floor, and because of that, it says I haven't finished the floor. I've now got to go through as much as I can over these little tiny speckles. Something satisfying about cleaning. Oh, 100%. Like, last year, a story that I always probably bore people with is I was living in a caravan because my house got flooded out. So I couldn't really play a lot of games. But one game I did manage to complete was, well, this, Powerwash Simulator. And it was just so satisfying to just hop on, put on music, and just start clean. There we go, there's the floor done. My goodness, I've still got all the walls to do, the roof, and everything else. But it's just, it's kind of like how people were saying, oh, we like the adult coloring books because it's just satisfying. And that's what I think about with this, is it's just satisfying to see everything come up clean. It can get a bit frustrating when you look at something and go, yeah, that's 100% done. He goes, no, you gotta get into every nook and cranny. When I get it, you wouldn't leave something half finished in real life. So why do it in the game? But how are you doing to... I believe I saw you streaming earlier. That or I'm getting my profile pictures mixed up and oh my goodness. That's the one way I can determine who people are, is their images. Not true, by the way, but still. Hey, were you streaming just a bit earlier? Yeah, like, if you were... I'm pretty sure it was you that I saw. I was going to come in and say hello, and then all of a sudden look at the time, like, oh, stream's meant to start in like 2 minutes. Like, where did my time go? I get well, easily distracted these days. Do everything over here soon. I just want to finish the kitchen. The music's just getting way too relaxing. It's making me... make me yawn. I don't want to... Like, admittedly, I don't have the Final Fantasy VII Remake soundtrack. I really want to get it. But the Square Enix store does not ship the soundtracks to Australia. I don't know why. It's sort of like Square Enix just does not want us to have it. It makes me feel a little sad. I can find it through a reseller, but then the prices go way up. Like, I have merchandise from, or for Final Fantasy 14. And annoyingly, it's like, some of these items like, I managed to get for relatively cheap, but it's like, if you want a soundtrack, it's $120. Because someone has bought it, and then they're selling it through a reseller. And if it's someone like Amazon, then Amazon puts on their fees on top of it. It's just... costs an arm and a leg just to get it. I was like, admittedly, I got a little annoyed at Square Enix going back, I think 4 or 5 years ago, because they did a huge post and announcement saying for, I don't know when it is, but it's like when Mardi Gras came around, they did a big announcement about how Sydney Mardi Gras now had a Final Fantasy themed float featuring, I think, a cacta, a tonberry, a Moogle, and a chocobo. And it was this huge thing, they're going, Australia, Square Enix supports you. And I'm like, do you? You're giving us a float, but you don't let us get any merchandise. Like the Square Enix store, it's like, hey, do you want to buy Life is Strange digitally? That's all we're going to offer you. You want Life is Strange? Hey. Like, I will admit, Life is Strange, good game. I enjoyed it. But when that's all they're offering us, it's a little, I don't know, insulting. But that's the thing, it's only in Sydney where they got that float. And I don't know if it's a yearly float that they bring out, or if it was just that 1 year. But I know I haven't seen or any of that. Some up in Brisbane. Not too sure how Brisbane compares to other places. Now, I hear people who haven't been to Brisbane say, like, ah, oh, I hear it's lovely. People who have been to Brisbane go, no, not that great. Every other city in Australia is better. And people who have been to all of them just kind of go, no, it's just cities. You find the same people everywhere. Yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate wanting to buy the merchandise and not having the chances for it. But I guess that's kind of life in Australia. I guess one thing I'm always going to mention is, like, my brother was collecting Sonic the Hedgehog items. It was competing to be the #1 collector in the world. Now, last year, he ended up losing to someone in America, where the main difference is the other guy opened every item. And nothing was in box. So if you buy a 4-pack of items, that's 4 items for that guy, 1 for my brother. But because of that, my brother could collect the different box variants, or if they do multiple multi-packs, he would have just a bit better of a chance. But, you know, last year he lost to the other guy because my brother went through his entire collection. My brother has 500 animation cells. The other guy had 10. So it was a thought of, okay, my brother has a lot more. But while my brother had 2,000 items, the other guy suddenly turned around and goes, oh, I got 3,000. There was a bit of a disappointing thing. I believe the other guy has lied about the numbers, but how are we going to prove it? But the disappointing thing is, for a lot of these items, my brother will go to the shops and it's, hey, here's a Sonic item we finally got in after months of requests. It'll cost $20 for a figurine. In America, you get it for $5. So it's more expensive to be a collector over here. And I get it, it's made over there. But it's just disheartening when things will cost you 2 to 4 times the price. I should probably not be watering that circuit box. That just feels like a bad idea and a half. I was completely forgot that this is why we have the ladder. What am I missing in this upper wall? Like that upper wall? It's two different walls. But it says, no, I'm missing a little bit up here, and I don't see where that would be possible. There we go. Also curious, the OST that I have playing, how many discs does it have? Like at the moment, the music is from, or the first bike scene in the game, which they kind of added in as a, hey, we need more of an excuse to have the bikes. Now, what song's next? It doesn't actually tell me. Like, I don't have, admittedly, Spotify, so this is all like playlists I could find on YouTube. Like, I am not much of a music guy. There we go. Sorry, I got stuck for a moment there. This lower wall has little bits stuck to it still. There we go. Definitely gonna have to return to play the other games. Or other Final Fantasy VII games. I just gotta be ready for when Part 2 comes out. After all, people are saying that... Listen, I don't know what you've heard, but Shinra, it's not as kind and selfless as it paints itself. Okay, Tifa, feel free to continue. The Mako energy they produce, it's made by draining the planet's lifeblood. I guess Tifa's kind of paying me more to clean this place. Plus, the whole reason they provided is to control the populace. Is that it? If we allow them to keep harvesting it, we're assuring the planet's destruction. Like, at the moment, she's offered us more to clean this place than Shinra paid for us to, you know, clean the weaponry. Someone has to do something about this, and Avalanche has decided that someone is us. My goodness, there's a blackboard up here. They have hot drinks, cold drinks. You know, I kind of always thought it's just a bar. That's it. They won't have coffee, tea, hot chocolate, muffins. So I kind of like dinner. Would you like a steak? Would you like a hamburger? Or would you like just a potato? Just a raw potato. Although the one thing that does irk me is spaghetti with meat sauce. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the word for sauce. And I was like, that's not the correct spelling, is it? S-A-U-S-E? But apparently it's an obsolete form of spelling it. But that... It doesn't seem right. Either way, a screenshot of it for later. That way... I don't know what I'll be doing. I'll probably be cleaning my computer in a couple years' time, deleting old files, and be like, meat sauce? Like, what? What is this meat sauce? It originally irked me because it's not meat sauce over here, it's spaghetti bolognese. But it's just an odd spelling to me. I mean, is it because I'm Australian it looks odd? Down the wall a bit more. Don't recall this song. Like, it's apparently a part of the game's soundtrack. It's called Run, Run, Run. But when does this song happen? I mean, I like it. Again, VOD watchers will not understand what I'm talking about. But if you're watching the VOD, Google Final Fantasy VII Run Run Run. The song that sounds interesting. Such a short-lived song as well. Fireman, raiding with a party of two, how you doing? How is the rest of your stream? Hope you're doing well. Let me just see if I remember the command. Shout out. Worked. But how you doing? How did the game go? They play games such as just chatting. I really should fix the wording there. Ads. Not a good time. Well, not good timing. Keep cleaning up this fridge. I mean, surely this fridge should be done by now. Here we go. Whew, ads are done. You rated just as the ad started. But welcome, raiders. I am Temporal Nix, a VTuber stationed in Australia. Hope you're doing well. Finished the Lego sets. Awesome. I really got to build my Gundam models. I bought a whole bunch over the last couple of years and I just have not built them. Hey, maybe that's something I can do tomorrow, like just throughout the day. I don't have anything to do and I'm feeling a little bored. They're currently playing Powerwash Simulator, the Final Fantasy VII add-on. I mean, don't look at the ceiling. I mean, since you're rated, I'll also do this for you. Did not plan spacing too well. I mean, it's gonna eventually vanish because we gotta clean up that wall. I just wanna stay, gotta call the missus and sleep. Oh, good. I hope you have a good night's rest. Yeah, I do appreciate the raid. Thank you for coming on by. I appreciate it so much. And hopefully I'll be able to drop in next time you start streaming again. I shall continue cleaning this massive mess. I shall. I mean, I can't get any higher than that. But I've also got the Final Fantasy VII Remake soundtrack playing in the background. So I thought, you know what, why not? It seems fitting. I have an audio splitter set up, so the music's not going to appear in the VODs. And if for some reason it somehow does, well, that'll be fine. But how did they get this much mess in here? I refuse to believe this is them ordering two of everything and then just throwing it everywhere. Come on, Barrel. Be cool. Be finished by now. I mean, like, I'm hosing down jars. Surely that is not part of my job description. Barrel still isn't done. TV isn't even done. You should not hose a TV. Like, so much electricity is running through this place. And it's like, oh yeah, just take a hose to it. It'll be fine. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Alright, I guess it's time for the Buster Sword. How cool that is. If I could buy a replica one, I 100% would. I know how nerdy that sounds. Which is good, because it is. So, as like a little fun story, those that are interested. Yeah, going back... Oh my goodness, way too many years. When I essentially got first paycheck, you hear people online talk about like what they bought with it. And people go, oh, I bought a cake, or and it's like, I saved up so I could get a car, or various little things that people do. For me, I walked into an Australian store called Game Traders. And our one just started, signed a contract with some company to sell replica weapons. Now, the weapons were meant to be, hey, these are just for show. They're not sharp or anything. You know, they aren't real weaponry. But just in case, gotta sign a waiver to say you're not gonna sharpen the weapon. Because, you know, if you sharpen metal, it becomes a weapon, and it's like, you don't do that, and if you do, then the store isn't held responsible for whatever you do with it. You know, it's all entirely on you. Even if someone were to steal it, that's still on you. Because, well, you sharpened it. I walked in and went, I want to get Sephiroth's sword from Final Fantasy VII. And they kind of looked at me and went, alright, well, we got one right in back that you can, you know, take home today. I was not expecting how big this thing was. My plan was I was going to walk home with it. Now, coincidentally, and this is a pretty big coincidence, my brother's girlfriend's mother just so happened to enter the store at that time, saw us holding onto this massive thing and went, "You're not walking home with that. You're putting it in my car. I would take it home for you." You know, first time I ever met her myself, like, well, this is good first impression. I have absolutely nowhere that fits this thing. It sat in its box for years. After the floods, the box got destroyed. Like, it was a proper sealed away box. I was devastated. But what can you do? And you can't hold on to something that's damaged. But I still have the sword. And Eddie's even currently sitting right behind me. Now, the little kicker for the story is I signed the thing to say, alright, I'm 100% not going to sharpen this at all. Sharpening it would be me being a bit of a fool. Well, I got home and my eldest brother looked at it and goes, "Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would you buy this?" I said, "Well, it's not sharp or anything. It's just to look at." And it's like, "Oh, nah. I think you're a bit silly buying something like this. Like, it's not sharp or anything." And he opened it up, pulls the other sheath, and it's like, "Oh, look at this. It's not even gonna do anything." Taps his finger again and goes, "Oh, that cut me." Went off, got a band-aid, and he started looking and going, "This is actually being sharpened. This is 100% a weapon. Why would they sell this?" And I just went, I signed a thing that said I wouldn't sharpen it and that it would never be sharpened. It's like, well, it is. You got to be careful. So that's the story of how I got my first weapon, and it's not meant to be sharpened. That said, there was a time we did have police come by, like, essentially, because, you know, people were trying to break into cars on the street, so it's like, alright, we need statements from everyone to find out information and whatnot. And I just talked to one for a little bit. I'm like, "Oh, I just got a question." I said, "I bought this thing from so-and-so store. It wasn't meant to be sharpened, but it's sharp. Can I get in trouble for it?" And I was just told straight, I was like, "Alright, we need to have a look at it." So, I grab it. I go to show it. He takes one look at the size of this thing and just goes, "I'm going to stop you there. That thing is way too big to ever be used to properly injure someone." He goes, "Yeah, it's not going to be taken away or anything. You're not going to be in trouble for it." And he told me, I can't remember the actual thing I had to Google, but it's a thing you look up, and it's essentially the Australian weapon laws. It's how I found out as well. A one-handed crossbow is illegal to own in Australia, but a two-handed crossbow is fine because it takes too long to reload. So everything is classified by usability and, I guess, deadliness and things like that. And that's what determines whether or not something would be illegal to own. Now, it's not really information that I'm going to ever use for any real reason, because why would I need that information? I'm not going to buy any. Well, I already said I want to get a Buster Sword because I'm a nerd. But I'm not going to go out there and look up, I want to buy these weapons because, you know. I like collectibles. I like nerd stuff. In that similar vein, I did learn a few interesting things about Australian laws. Like, for example, piracy laws. in Australia, it is... Like, I'm not advocating piracy, by the way. But I tried to look up our laws on it, and it says, oh, the Australian piracy laws are loosely based off of America's. It is illegal to share things that you do not have the distribution rights to. The end. And every time I look up, is it illegal to, you know, download something? It just says, no, it's illegal to distribute. That is all. And it's just a interesting little thought of, huh. Well, I guess if a show isn't coming out in Australia, like, so many people will say, hey, download a VPN and watch Netflix in another country. Now, Netflix doesn't have the rights to air these shows in another country. So essentially what you're partaking in is piracy with extra steps. To me, if I want to watch a show and I'm, you know, pulling random name off the top of my head, The Simpsons. If I want to watch The Simpsons, season, I don't know, what are they up to? 30? 36? Let's say Simpsons season 36 starts to come out. There is no way to obtain it in Australia. There is no way to watch it in Australia. And there is no plans, or at least publicly available plans, that they're going to be releasing it in Australia. In my opinion, I can't get it. It's not going to hurt them. If it was available, it could hurt them, and that's when I buy it or stream it. Again, it's my own policy when it comes to these things where it's, you know, I do like the way it pops up when you press tab with the names. It's kind of like if I wanted to play Croc from the PS1. It isn't released on anything. There is no way to legitimately get a brand new copy of Croc. The developers are never going to earn money from me getting it from a scalper, or a reseller, or pre-owned, or anything like that. Machine Gun on the Table belongs to a friend of mine, Barrett. Is she going to follow it up? It's as big as and hot-headed as Behemoth, but it's got a heart of gold. He also cares about our planet more than anyone else I know. The Buster Sword belongs to my childhood friend, Cloud. Is there any more you want to say? He left to join Soldier when we were kids. Now he's out and helping us taking on the company. He might not show it, but if you clean up his Buster Sword too, I'm sure it'd make his day. As I was saying, like, you can't get a legitimate copy of Croc. I don't think it's on the PlayStation Store or anything. And it's like the only way to get it is to get it pre-owned. And so to me, it's like there's no way to obtain it legitimately. No way for the company to make money from this. It isn't going to hurt. Now, if the company all of a sudden turns around and goes, hey, we're actually going to re-release Croc on the PlayStation Network, then maybe buy it. You know, do the right thing. But that's just always been my viewpoint is, If Sonic isn't available, then how are you supposed to, do the right thing? Also, apologies to clearing skies, sorry. Name gonna be cleaned. Upper wall still has a little bit left, apparently. There we go. Also getting very brought in by the music. Oh my goodness. When did this take place? I mean, it looks like it's all in the additional story. Like, when I look over at the screen, it's showing me cutscenes and gameplay of wherever it was actually meant to be in the game. So it looks like towards the end of the additional story where you see Jesse's family, will they go to meet them? How am I supposed to... There we go. I wonder how long this cleaning expansion is. Like, how many levels are there? In truth, I remember watching the trailer and they only showed off this area, the Scorpion, and the bikes. If that could be it. And that's... One there still needs to be done, and that one there. Alright, those are the chairs done. Where have I missed on this table? Also, just like the fact that while we're doing this, I keep getting little bits on the roof. Just doop-a-doop-a-doop, whoop. Doop-a-doop-a-doop, whoop. I mean, technically, you'd start with the roof and then make your way to the floor. That way, the water would run down. But no, we're gonna work top to bottom. And jump on this thing? Yes. I just hope this isn't going to be a... Oh, there's actually a secret back part you're going to have to clean. We gotta clean 69%. I'm sorry, I know I'm immature. I just had to stop there for a moment. There is, as I mentioned before, I listen to, I want to say music that's different from usual tastes, because people that I normally hear when they talk about music they like normally doesn't involve the songs that I'm really into. But when I played this game last year, I kind of went, you know what? I'm not a big fan of, I have a catch-22 personality when it comes to music, and it's sort of like, I only listen to songs I've already heard. How am I going to listen to new music if, that's my outlook? But that's kind of how my mind goes. Like, I don't have the time or the energy to find new music. But when I was playing this game, I was going, oh, I need something in the background. Ordinarily, I'd probably put on a show or something to watch, but at the time, I only had one monitor. Like, how am I supposed to do that? So I loaded up YouTube, played some music, and I found a... Well, saying found seems a bit odd, but found out about a band called Twerp. And their music is very uplifting. It's not what I was expecting. I mean, I kind of clicked a video, well, a YouTube mix, without really expecting anything. But it just kind of pulled me in, made me go, ah, this is actually really good. And so my mind kind of goes, oh, the game's just not the same without their music. Even if they weren't, music artists for the game, I attribute their music to playing this. That's where I kind of like the idea of letting people play music in the background of some of these streams. Like, it won't be all streams. It's just the more chill, relaxed games. So like Stardew Valley. That way, you know, we can just chat, listen to music together, have fun. Then when we play something more serious, theme soundtrack. That's just an idea. A little thought. Gotta get into all the metal from the elevator. Goodness, there's just so much of it. I mean, surely Tifa lied about this being caused by these guys. There's no other real explanation. How am I going to... Oh, there we go. Alright, back to the mechanisms. Again, do not try this at home. It seems very dangerous. Hosing down all the machinery. Where's the not elevator, the ladder? Where on this wall have I... There we go. So we've got this entire wall, and then the ceiling. Do you have multi-purpose cleaner, though? Wrong button. Slightly longer. This is not working the way I thought it would. Right, because the ceiling is multi-purpose. And the wall. This is glass, wood. Sorry, Fire Machine. Got caught on the ladder. Like, while this is good, it also misses quite a bit. I can't believe how amazing the place looks. You're not even finished. Want to continue messages there, Tifa? I need to help with the final preparations for that job in Sector 1. So I've got to run. But have Cloud come by and give the place a once over when you're done. I mean, definitely would have made an interesting side quest to do in the 7 remake. The Cloud, can you please go check out the 7th Heaven? I hired a mystery person in blue overalls to clean up the place with a pressure washer. Like, a what? Why? It's like, oh. Seemed dirty. No real point to it, I guess. Right, upper wall's done. It's this upper beam that I need. Oh my goodness, and that's the second disc done. Disc 3. Alright, re-up in Streamlabs. By reopen, I just kind of mean bring it up on my left monitor, just so I can see chat a bit better. Oh no. I was about to say, oh, the ceiling's nearly done, so maybe the multi-purpose cleaner just makes that bar go down twice as quick, but no. No. I mean, it might work a little bit that way, but I've got a lot of ceiling to do still. Okay, now we've got the column to do. Very quick uppity downy. And that's all the window done. Yeah, I definitely think the cleaner stuff does actually cut down that bar a lot quicker. What do we have left? We have got wood, and that's it. Well, don't have any wood left. Toughest fight left. It's all or nothing time. Gotta use all of our materia here. Focus on water spells. It's what this grime is weak to. We got this, chat. I mean, it's got 11% health left. We're in the final stretch of things. We got this. 10%. Run to the other side of the beam. That way the excess splash over can help us do extra cleaning. Make sure don't miss too much. Oh, the song's already over. What's the next song gonna be? That's one thing I do like about the 7 remake, is the fact that in 7 it's like, oh wow, you blew up the reactor. Yay. Well, on to the next one, whereas the remake's more, no, Shinra wanted this to happen. And it just helps develop the plot in a sense. Gotta hit that support from the other side as well. Getting so close to being finished with the bar. Where is... Oh, over here's the grime. I still need to figure out what I want to play tomorrow. Ooh, that's the ceiling. Well, that part of the ceiling done. And I guess that's kind of the caveat of not really planning a schedule ahead of time, is you're going to be panicked on the day. But in saying that, my research on what to do just wasn't working. So, going back to freeform. More relaxing this way. I mean, I've said in the past, a reason I got into streaming wasn't the whole, oh, I want to make money, I want to be a top streamer, or things like that. I got into it because I got a lot of games I want to play in my library. But I just lack the time. Or the motivation. So this way I can at least play games, cut through the library of it all, and, you know, hopefully others would enjoy it. Keep jumping to get to the top of this. And where's my ladder? Then we super long nozzle it. Somehow I feel like the long nozzle's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. And yes, this is 100% a game I've wanted to play. Like, as soon as they announced this DLC was coming, I got super excited for it, as weird as it may sound. Like, yes, I get to claim Midgar. I also keep going silent, which I'll apologize for going quiet. I explained a bit before. New medication that I'm on causes dry mouth. I'm kind of sitting going, yeah, that's super dry. Got my drinks in front of me, but they don't quench the, well, they quench my thirst, but they don't fix the dryness. I think that's all the lights done. Okay, that's another light complete. I believe it's... I got the 2 ceilings, but it hasn't popped up the 3 things left. So I've obviously missed a few small bits here and there. But that is fine. That's another ceiling bit done. I also keep forgetting about that Pokemon community game that's running. I mean, again, you won't see it above my head. It only appears in chat because I've muted it from appearing up there. Also, I tilt my head back, sort of as a, hey, I'm going to show you where it is. It's up that way, yeah. I don't know why I'm actually looking there with my eyes as well. Like, I'm not going to see it above me. Alright, 99% done, but I am missing something. At least 3 things. Wait. This putt hasn't been done. And now it has. Step stool hasn't been finished. It's wall lantern. Like, it only shows up in the top left, a very small bar will appear. Trying to find where it was, because I was standing here. It was around here that it appeared. Like a very little bit of the bar. Oh. Back bar cabinets. Wait. The light. Alright, so 3 things left. A wall column, tiled wall shelf, and the chopping board. At the tiled wall shelf. I'm kind of looking for tiles. It'd be that over there, I'm guessing. Yep. The tiled wall shelf. Now a single column. That's a no. That's a nope. 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 Nope and a nope and a nope. 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 I thought that was all of them. Go one at a time. Wall column. Another wall column. This one. Job complete! Woo! Ah, look at him go. At an angle where the 2 names that I inscribed won't be seen. Hey, Tibbet told me I have to make sure you did your job. Huh, not bad. Sound like cleaning is a merc. You're the real deal. I see you washed my sword too. Alright, we're done with the small talk. Got more important things to do. Bye. The Marco Energy Exhibit. Hello once again. I trust you've been able to take in some of the city since we were last in touch. Sorry to pull you away from your vacation, but we have another job lined up for you. The nature of this task, however, demands a great deal more discretion than the first you had to perform. Of course, this also means you'll be compensated handsomely for your troubles. One of the specimens from Professor Hodge's laboratory escaped and made its way to the 60th floor. It was eventually captured in the Marco Energy exhibit, but it refused to go quietly, and the place is coated in a thick layer of biological ooze. While we entrusted the floor and walls to our security team, I insisted that someone with a more skilled touch handle the exhibit itself. Oh boy. Scale model of all of Shinra. All the sectors. So I'm curious. Does it have... this would be it here. The unfinished sector. Actually, no, I think that could just be the sector that collapsed. Because to what I recall, there was one that collapsed and there was one that they were still building. Or maybe it was both were the same? It could have been. Like that collapsed and then left that way. Well, it's all made of metal. Got metal cleaner. Glad to have you in the Shinra building again. Welcome, Reeve. Even though I might not even be where I am today without the company's stunning advancements in micro harvesting technology, I rarely visit the exhibit, and I believe I finally understand why. It forced me to come face to face with the fact that this city has been powerful. What this city has become is no longer what I hoped it would be. A terrible darkness has settled over Midgar, and who knows when it will lift. But I digress. Allow me to explain the general layout of Midgar. Like how this is meant to be a fancy exhibit, I'm just walking all over it. You may have noticed it's divided into 8 sectors, each powered by its own Mako reactor. In the very center of the city stands the Shinra building. But as the city's design is predictable, predicated on the use of Mako, I should explain what it is first. Mako is a substance that flows under the surface of the planet. Our skilled engineers have learned of a way to convert this substance into electricity, which in turn has greatly raised the people's standard of living. I'd hope this innovation will allow Midgar to become a veritable utopia. Unfortunately, wherever there is progress, there are setbacks. So if I remember my Final Fantasy VII correctly, Reeve is actually Kate Sith, in which Kate Sith is a puppet that he controls. I believe the remake gave a little bit more light into it, like just threw little bits of information here and there, which is like meant to be his way to see all of Midgar, basically, without having to leave the office. Oh. Does the inside of this count? Yes, it does. Got a lot of that done very quickly. But still a lot to go. Hold on, just gotta stretch my back a little. Yeah, big yawn. And listening to the music makes me really want to play it again. I absolutely enjoyed the game, though I know I could never complete it on the hardest difficulty. Well, there is one little tip for either version of Final Fantasy VII. Like, I found this in the base version, and whenever I've, again, mentioned this to people, it's usually met with people saying, nah, it doesn't work that way. So in the original version of Final Fantasy VII, this is how I used to, well, become quite powerful. Because you have a materia that you equip to your weapon which lets you use magic. So you have fire, thunder, water, blizzard, quake, and I believe you have an arrow. And if you wanted to, you could attach it to an all materia, which means it's going to hit all the enemies. But at the same time, some people would put it on like a HP drain. And it was their way to say, like, well, the way it would work is if it hits an enemy, you absorb some of the damage done as HP. But everyone would always say you gotta make a choice. Do you want to use the all materia? Do you want to use the drain? Don't use MP drain? And it was always like a, how do you want to strategize, basically? What I found is if you have a fire materia connected to ore, and then you have equip a second fire materia, attach it to MP drain, the fire spell will hit all the enemies and drain them. So by the end of the game, when people say, oh, there's items that you can only get from stealing from enemies, I would give someone that combination of using fire as well as the steal as well materia, so they can steal from them when they use fire, and have it hit every enemy. Surprisingly, it worked very well. But again, it's something that I shared and people were just going, no, it wouldn't work that way. I looked it up on IGN and it doesn't mention this anywhere. Like, but you can. Like, hey, try it and see for yourself. But I guess I can see how it comes across as like the schoolyard rumors. Like the whole, did you know if you use strength on this truck, you can find a Mew hiding underneath it? It's like, oh wow, I need to get or find someone who can trade me Pokemon with Cut so I don't go into the SSN. Then you find out, no, there was no Mew. Mark my words, I will complete my expressway project one day, as well as the restoration of Sector 6. Can't say any more, Reeve? All I want is to make life better for everyone in Midgar, especially those in the Undercity. However, I've had to fight tooth and nail for every permit and scrap of funding. As much as it pains me to say this, I feel the rest of Shinra may view Midgar's people in a different light. Pretty sure they do. So you get a message from people, and it's at every 20%. Because I was using that cleaner stuff, which I am surprised I never used that before, got a lot of start messages. Actually, a lot of these little speckles are done. How many sectors have I gone around in the last couple of songs? Large divider is cleaned on this side. Alright, this wall section and the divider, and then I jump inside. Ah, so many bits left. At least this side's going a little bit quicker, at least the outskirts. And once this bit's done, I can at least turn around and won't be wasting any excess water. This bit of the baseboard didn't finish. That's why I was a little bit lazy on it. Makes sense. Alright, 69% done again. And the colored ooze stuff usually requires more pressure. But thankfully, it's not being too stubborn. Oh my goodness, I just realized I need to go through all the little nook and crannies. Oh! It's gonna take it a little bit longer than I anticipated. What exactly am I missing on this? Besides the little tiny triangles at the end of the cranes. Ah, finally. It's that little bit of the plate done. So I believe this is the last one I do remember being in the trailer. I cannot say for certain if it is, though, like, I don't recall any more being in the trailer. That said, it wouldn't surprise me if they left a few outside of it. Sort of as a, this will surprise players. This will make them excited. I'm gonna be... Well, I hope that because of this, the remake part 2 at least has, you know, Powerwash Simulator DLC, where Cloud can now wear, you know, the overalls from the hit game Powerwash Simulator. There's still so much more to do. Have another sip of my drink. I love my cola. I mean, it's Pepsi Max with lime. Oh, not lime, with lemon. I thought, might try a non-caffeinated drink tonight. Mainly because, you know, new medicine that I'm on causes slight insomnia. So I don't need any more reason to be awake. I'm also just thinking to myself, that was the starting one. I got so much to run around and do. I don't mind it, it's just so many little fiddly bits you gotta crouch down and get in between. And you can't army crawl your way through this one. Gotta say, so far, this is my favorite boss battle music from the game. I mean, it's the classic style, but amped up. Well, I gotta say, with the remake, nothing beats the Genova fight. Come on, game, just ding, this part is completed. Be cool. There we go. We're on the very, very repetitive section. Hear that? It sounded like an explosion. Is this going to give me timing of when this comes into play in the game? I just received word about complications with Reactor 1. Please excuse me, but this issue requires my immediate attention. Oh, they did it. They're up to destroy Reactor 1. Tackle the grime from another angle. I'm kind of just doing one piece at a time and making sure it gets completed. Because I know it's just going to keep popping up again and again. And while this area is cool, this is going to be the most repetitive one. It's like how similar everything is. It's all just the same parts. Wait, is that... Did I nearly make my way all the way around? I thought I only did a couple after the last time I checked. I'm not going to complain. Speeds things up a lot. The wall's done. And a spotlight, and then this plate. And then we're into the inner part of the pizza. I'd actually go for a pizza, to be honest. Like, I know this is going to be a comment that's going to annoy a lot of people, but I'm not an over-the-top big fan of pizza. Mainly because when you order it from somewhere, it's always super greasy and it makes you sick. It's just blah. If it's cooked right, it tastes good. But I guess homemade usually tastes really good. But just anywhere from like Domino's and Pizza Hut and all those places, it just doesn't do it for me. Even more fiddly little bits. Why so many fiddly little bits? And watching it, it goes down so slow. I go to the in-between parts. Oh, that didn't work too well. It's still so slow. This now reminds me of Dragon Ball. I mean, kinda was based a little bit on Dragon Ball. Not to lie. It's like my helmet that I've gotten designed up, while I use several different inspirations, a big one being Dragon Ball Z. Not Dragon Ball Z, sorry. A big one being Gundam. A lot of them use a mask to hide the mouth as well. But I wanted just like the black visor and the exposed mouth and nose. So like the Great Saiyan Man. Like it just... That was the big inspiration. I was initially going to do a cape as well, but I thought, nah, that's too obvious. But I went with a scarf. Like, it's not even a proper scarf. It doesn't flow up the back or anything. It's just a neck scarf bit, and that's it. But I have that there because the neck rigging sometimes messes up, so I thought, this is going to hide a little bit. But you're saying that It makes me smile that someone actually saw one of the references. But how are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Currently just listening to Final Fantasy VII Remake while cleaning Final Fantasy VII Remake. So much grime everywhere. A horrible, horrible city. Well, I was hired to clean essentially the model of Shinra, or not Shinra, of Midgar. But this has been on my radar since it got announced. I thought rather than just, play it during the day, let's save it for a stream. Listen to the remakes music and just have fun, you know? Although it's frustrating when... Ah, there we go. It doesn't want to complete an item. Like, this thing only has 12% of the grime left, and it looks quite nice now. Compared to how it was when we got here. Like, every time I press tab, you can actually see it highlight all the grime. But that is on a different item set compared to that. Ah, this song's gonna make me cry. Just being Eris theme. Or at least the remake of it. Dragon Ball Super Season 2 is coming. Is it? I would like to see some of the new stories. Like, I remember... series ended and I was like, whoa, so amazing. Then we got the movies. There we go. But you find out, like, the manga series is still going and quite further ahead. I was like, why wouldn't they release that? Be a lot of people, myself included, would love to watch it. That said, I never actually finished watching Super. So now that I've got a bit more time on my hands, I might actually add that to my watch list. Finally finish it off. I mean, I kind of know that could have done that instead of playing this, but this seemed fun. It is fun to me. I didn't spend hours to find that single spot not clean. Like, thankfully, once you get to 3 items left, it will tell you what 3 items there are, but only by name. It won't tell you exactly where. So if it was this thing, it would actually say Sector 4 plate. And it has happened to me in the past where it's just like a small pixel. I think also if you press escape, yeah, it tells you how many of each item you've done. So you can at least use this as a cheat sheet, but I avoid it a little bit just because it's a bit more fun to discover it yourself. How long will it take me to watch the whole One Piece series? Well, I'm on to episode 700 and something. So I can, spend like a couple of weeks just catching up. My main problem is after I watch a series, like I can only handle like 20 episodes at a time. And then it's like, no, give me a little buffer. Let me watch something else for a little while. Then I'll come back and finish enjoying it. When I was watching it and then I had to have that buffer. But then I finally got to watch seasons 4 and 5 of Agretzko. Now that's all done, I'd probably go back and watch more One Piece. I mean, I am looking for new series to watch. Because I see people talk about various series, and I always ask people later on, I was like, oh, is that worth checking out? People go, oh, no, I wouldn't worry about it. Like, well, I want to watch something. Recommend ReZero. I have heard about that. I've not gotten around to it yet. But that will be on my watch list. Oh, up to the Sector 5 slums. In the song, I mean. At least I believe it's Sector 5. Maybe it's Sector 6. Sector 6, sorry. The music seems to be coinciding with what I'm cleaning a couple of times tonight. Before it had the Scorpion boss's music, as I had to clean that. Or Slime Reincarnated. I have not heard of that one, but thank you for the recommendation. Like, I do really want to check these out. I mean, normally I watch a comfort show or something when I'm feeling down, but I don't think I'm going to need a comfort show for a while. On. Why can't that percentage go down quicker? Got to like 60% clean so fast. And then it slowed right down. I wonder, if I go to the 40-degree nozzle, will this seem to be going down at all? Then again, I'm probably not aiming at the right spots. Whew. Hey, Twix. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Just currently playing through the Final Fantasy VII free DLC for Powerwash Simulator. Doing good, just tired. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. Hopefully you can get some more energy soon. I understand it must be morning over there for you. Get back to the 25. In the game to some spots a bit easier. I mean, at times like this, when it's, you know, nearly midnight for me, it's still morning for you. For some people, it's lunchtime or afternoon. I just think to myself, if only, you know, flat Earth was real, then we could all be in the same time zone, no matter where we are. You know, because it would be nice to be able to exist at the same time as everyone I meet. Alright, Sector 0 plate, then all of this. In and around all of these. I was just realizing there's multiple Sector 0 plates. I was not prepared. Would be cool. I'm to the point that only soda drink feel bored. I feel like water, just better. I mean, it depends on how much you have, and then if you differentiate it. Like, I drink a lot of soda. Hence, Mini Nick's in the corner drinking at the moment. But if you stick to just one, it does get boring. And it's the same with anything, really. Like, for example, cereal. When I was younger, it was always Wheat Bix. One of the most bland tasting cereals ever. Yet, that's all I really had to eat when I was little, for breakfast. All this pipes is a different... Why, game? Why? Mine at the moment is just... anything cola? Like, I don't really have a favorite, but I have ones that I avoid, if that makes sense. Like, for example, it's like I went to Costco the other day, and it's like they have Dr. Pepper. And like, oh wow, it's in bulk and it's on sale. Like, you know what? My brother loves this. I could get a case for him. And I looked at the sale price, and it's $42 for 24 cans. No. I'm sorry, brother. I love you. But not $42 worth. Like, we are going to enjoy a much cheaper soda together. Oh, it's super expensive. I wonder, used all of that. Oh, it's the only one we had was metal cleaner. It's gonna be a very slow walk around as I try to slowly get all the nooks and crannies. There's like over here, you don't have a lot of the specialty sodas like that other Western countries would have, which is sad for me because I do want to try all the different drinks. For a moment there, I thought that song was actually going to start playing the main theme of the 7 remake. That's like the instrumental version, though. %, isn't it? I mean, I feel like this building floor would be absolutely flooded after this. I'm just spraying water with a hose everywhere. Like, what do I have to gain out of doing this? Like, I could just leave it like this going for a while. I don't have to pay the cleanup bill. Also, I wasn't going to do it this way, but I thought, help me get through all the nook and crannies. Shinra building exhaust pipes, Shinra building middle floors, and Shinra building pipe. And that's those ones done. The 2 different pipes. Oh, pressing the wrong button. Wait. Aha! Found the piping. The pipe's in here. Not highlighting yellow from this angle. There it is. Job complete. Oh my goodness, that was a long one. But there we have it. We cleaned Midgar. Public security believes the incident, Reactor 1, was the work of eco-terrorists known as Avalanche. Can't imagine why anyone would endanger their lives of their fellow citizens, least of all those who claim to respect all life. But conversely, perhaps Shinra needs to ask itself where its fault in all of this lies. Forgive me, this isn't your problem. Instead, we congratulate you on another job well done. It's always a pleasure working with you. Wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. The Airbuster. You're needed for an urgent and classified cleaning operation. I'll be brief. Our unstoppable new Airbuster has been undergoing intensive durability tests. We've thrown everything at it. Advanced ballistics, concrete walls, Hojo's hideous beasts. And there's nothing it can't endure. We've even covered it in liquid Mako, and it still works. Those Avalanche fools won't even be able to put a dent in it. As this prototype is to be our new flagship model, you're to clean every square inch of it. I will not have it go into battle look like some dingy antique at a swap meet. Alright, so pretty big. What do I have? Metal cleaner again. Unfortunately, the Scorpion Sentinel you cleaned was destroyed by an ex-soldier for hire. Hojo thought it was hilarious. But I still have this. By hilarious, that long-haired lunatic doesn't think his precious creations are next. Ha 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 ha! Oh, that was disc 3 done. Alright, on to disc 4. In a way, Avalanche has played right into my hands. I'd long been urgently present to deploy the Airbuster, but to no avail. Thanks to those pesky gnats buzzing in Bat Shinra's ear, however, he finally decided to sign off on it. Actually spraying this with as much of this stuff as I can. Now in the end, I'm just going to have to go over everything. But still, it helps a little. Now, why'd you go back down? Alright, add a metal cleaner. Multi-purpose. Testing the capabilities of the Airbuster has been a source of immense excitement for me. Machine guns, cannons, grenade launchers, the ability to fly. This beauty has it all. I felt a thrill like this as I fed some deserters to the wolves. Literally. Geez, that guy's a monster. Nearly 50% complete already. Just making loops of the air cushion. I don't know how much more I can clean this side turret wall. There we go. You can also tell the sleepies are starting to catch up on me, because the amount I've been talking has been dropping off. It's just a gradual decline. Unfortunately, no one can truly defeat the sleepies. Oh. I wonder how many more levels do exist in the DLC. So, like, there's just so many things you gotta clean. Like, it's been 4 hours, apparently, of me cleaning. The soundtrack's game to my favorite area in the entire game. Just because of the battle music that they made for it. Which again, you know, apologies to VOD watchers, you're not going to hear the awesome music. So speaking of VODs, I've got to upload the next set to YouTube. And it's like, I've still got plenty of videos that are uploading daily onto YouTube, just onto the VOD channel and whatnot. But it's sort of like, I feel I need to stay on top so it doesn't become an overwhelming task. Which, you know, speaking of overwhelming tasks, there's so much to clean on this robot. All the fingers are separated. It's got those little fiddly little bits inside of it. Just what did the warmonger do to it? Clean up this panel, we can put it away again. The Airbasser's varied arsenal reminds me of a former soldier. He was so famous, even you might know him. Man's name was Sephiroth, and I could tell he was going to be special from the moment I first saw him. His katana was large enough to slash mechs in half, which he did with ease. They're ridiculous. I do hope this somehow ends with a fight against Sephiroth. But it wasn't just his strength that endeared him to everyone. He had quite the face as well. Little wonder he was renowned as a hero. Though, in my opinion, a hero shouldn't grow his hair quite so long. And I hear he uses like a whole bottle of conditioner every time he showers. Which is actually a true Sephiroth little thing that was actually revealed in Crisis Core. I've got to go jump up to get inside of this thing. There we go. I feel like after this mech is done, I'll probably have to wrap things up. Because of how late it's getting, and I know I've already promised other people I'd help them with a couple of things tonight. I didn't realize this is going to go on for so long. Why won't it let me... Okay, well the vent apparently is clean? Never mind then. Got to get a little cranky with it. And I think I need to grab the step ladder. And then crouch on top of that. That lets me get in. Well, it's kind of working. There's just so much to clean on this robot. I should have guessed that it was going to become a lot of fiddly little bits here and there. That's how the base game went. It starts off very simple and it's, hey, here's a few things that you're going to hate cleaning. But you've already invested too much time in the story, so you can't really back out anymore. Then you just kind of do a defeated sign like, yeah, you're right. There's only the grate doing here. Nope, there's actually more. The panels are still not done. The air cushion still isn't done yet, even though I feel like it should have been. There we go. So that's the air cushion done. This feels like a very cheaty way to do the middle gears. But hey, if it works, it works. That said, I am definitely missing a little bit. There we go. just the top ring. And it'll eventually get it all. Alright, and they got rust bits on here. So you kind of got to focus the water right on it. A quick stretch. 68%. Oh man, this thing's just... somehow knew that was going to be a thing. Can I pick? There we go. So those last songs I played were some of my favorites. I know some people prefer the Honeybee in, but with the dance sequence, which is a pretty good sequence. But, alright, that last one was always nostalgic for me from the old games. Probably because I spent a lot of time grinding in those areas. I feel like I'm going to have to jump on top of this big robot in a moment, just so I can get all the angles needed. So I can see it's getting, or still quite a bit dirty. I just don't have the angle for it all. Especially annoying when you look at some of the finger bits and it's like, oh no, you haven't quite finished those off yet. Ah, 76% done. It's just getting into the nooks and crannies. So long, so tedious. I keep going silent. And I apologize. Like, my energy levels have dropped so much. And it's like, after several went missing 5 years ago, we and the entirety of Midgar felt his loss. He fought admirably in the war against Wutai. The people absolutely adored him, even more than they do our mascot, Stamp. Right, Stamp was just a random dog they threw in. It's like, why? Although, once they see the militarily marvel that is the Airbuster, they'll forget Sephiroth even existed. Ha 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 ha! Oh, buddy. No, they really won't. Just you never know. Like when you look at this, like rear cannon has like 15%. It's like, is that on the entire thing though? Is it just a small piece? It's where this does get tedious. It's trying to figure out how they differentiate all the parts. And it's like it says, oh, it's 15% to go. You never know if that last 15% is going to take you like 10 minutes or an hour. Up, squat challenge. How many squats can everyone do? I tire out after about 50? Which is actually a legit number. Before every stream, I exercise. And part of the exercising is squats. I can never seem to do more than 50. My legs just give out after that. But that's real Nyx facts for you. Ding, ding, ding. I have to keep going over these from so many angles. It's just like, who at Square Enix signed off on this idea? I mean, it's fun. I'm enjoying it, but oh my goodness. Oh wait, I got a ladder that I can use? I also don't know why this song makes me think of Christmas. I guess it's just like a very cheerful song. And I associate Christmas with cheer. And it was like, it looks so clean, and then you hit tab, and it's like, oh, you missed the rust. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling sleepy. Should focus more on the hands. As like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I'm trying to find a 3 to 4 minute intro song that kind of summarizes me. You know, as well as a free song can be, you know, summarizing you. But I want to do bonus streams at times. But rather than, you know, have my usual 10-minute timer, I want to cut it down to 4. Well, 4 is like the max number. And that way it's like, during the day, it's like, oh, I'm going to play a random game here. You know what? Let's stream it. Could be fun. Might not be. These streams obviously wouldn't last as long as my main one. You know, because like my main stream's gonna be at night. A little bit left on this thumb. There we go. I think this other thumb had it. Yep. Oh, 8% to go. We can do this. Vanilla sip of my Pepsi Max Lemon. Oh my goodness, I need this energy. And this doesn't really provide much energy. Come on, I can't go much further back. Rocket launcher's done. Up the arena battle time. Like, that's one of the things that I kind of... I want to say dislike about the 7 remake. Yeah, you enter the arena, which was fun, and you had the 2 announcers. Okay. I don't know their names, but one wore green, one wore red. And throughout the battles, they slowly warm up to you. It's like, yeah, Cloud did it. Yeah, alongside Aerith. So I was like, Cloud and Aerith did it. Yay, fun. And then in the next area where, Don Corneo's mansion, he's one of the ones who's, trying to attack Aerith and Tifa. But come on. Don't be that sort of person. Like, I guess it's more just to show off the influence Don Corneo has on everyone. Still. Like, it was a moment that happened, just kind of made me go, ah. This kind of pulled me out of it all. If I just grab the scaffolding. Let's try putting it here. Hopefully this does give us a bit better access. Alright, turn it back into the long boy again. Just increases our range. Just run this over everything, just a quick once over. Alright, run back up. Up to 96%. Top floor. Oh man, this is definitely helping out a lot. Up to 97. 3% to go. As I said a couple of songs back, this could either be 10 minutes or an hour. It's been 20 minutes so far. I'm surprised that rocket thing's back up. I thought I told it to go down. Well, in any case, as long as it gets clean, that's the only important part here. Well, because we're a bit further back, use the extra long buoy. Clean underneath a bit more. I can probably guess where some of the missed bits will be. 98. Get up in there. Go back to the short buoy. Slot in here. Part of this counts as the chest, and also head guards and the head case. I was like, which is it? Again, apologies, getting very quiet. I'm getting very, very tired, but I have to finish cleaning. Shinra paid me to do a job, and I have to do it. Don't fall. A lot. Well, not really a lot, but little bits I need to do from up here. And he's apparently been the shoulder guard. Like, in impossible to reach spots. I try and get that exhaust up to 99%. Like, wherever you can see yourself doesn't mean you can hit there with this thing. Just because well, the aim of this isn't tied to exactly where you're looking at. It's always a little bit lower and slightly to the right, so you gotta try and maneuver it. Shoulder beam launcher and the shoulder guard still. Where was it? Waist, upper ring. Pressing tab, but I don't see it on there. Oh, one cannon has to be up at all times. No? Well, then I just don't know about what that whole thing was then. And play with it a little. If it will let me. Right, lower rear cannon. Raise. So I guess sometimes it's just, it'll hit the trigger box, sometimes it'll hit both. Alright, slowly. There was something right there. A base side panel. There we go. Pressing tab, and I can't see. This vent is one of them. There we go. Is the other vent also bad? No. Now let's check the escape thing. The big bomber cannon cover hinges. And those are... one of these, I'm guessing. Those are the big cannon hinges. But I don't see... That's not a hinge. Oh, no, I see now. This thing on the side. Alright, a wrist hinge, the tank buster cannon, and two of the cannon doors. Well, this isn't the tank buster. Is it the chest is the tank buster? Yes, it is. If I close that back up, that's why, because it was shut. Close that. I never saw the filter on the front. Yep. Up here. There we go. Those are both done. Now the wrist hinge. Go back to the short little stubby holder. Job complete. Look at him go. Quite the shine you've given that airbuster. And just in time. Been informed that Avalanche has been located trying to escape Reactor 5. We're deploying that unit immediately to crush those terrorists like the bugs they are. I think we might have been broadcasting the encounter to the whole city. After all, there is no more fitting a stage for Sharon's new robotic star. Oh, and by the way, your contract's up. Of course, if you want, I can always hire you directly. After all, the airbuster isn't going to clean itself. And today's that first day of its world tour. And, okay, that was the last one. I was kind of hoping there'd be a final one, but, you know, timing, that worked. I'm quite happy with that. All things considered. Oh, my eyes hurt so much. Apologies for me going as quiet as I have. It wasn't my intent. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of it. Thank everyone for coming on by. Hope you enjoy the Final Fantasy music and cleaning all of Midgar with me. Shall be doing another stream tomorrow, obviously. I am scheduled on. No clue what it's going to be. Maybe I'll do some Skyrim, maybe I'll play some Digimon. I don't know. But that's for future me to figure out. As for now, do take care of yourselves. I appreciate each and every one of you for coming on by, and thank you again for Fireman Shan for the raid. Greatly appreciated. Well, see you all next time. Bye for now.